Oh, hold on, I'm a little out of it. Oh, warming up. When arena breakout? Never. Hopefully that stays dead, gone, buried forever and ever. What's up, Jimbo? Thanks, there. Just finished up bout challenges. Do you have any more left, or was that the last one? That was all. Do you not have your fancy little R9 or flatline's gonna fly? Oh, R9's in the BP. Hold on to that. Oh. I need coffin, preferably +1 level. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to use Bama to finish up the more challenges for for uh, for the league, and then I think I'm gonna like just fuck around on my tornado guy because he was pretty fun. I liked playing him. I love it when I don't play PoE for a while, and then like my game like just doesn't fully render attacks and shit going on. For the new season stuff and the new Apex season looking nice. I mean, to be fair though, like I think the last like 3 seasons they've been doing a pretty good job of like working towards stuff, making it better, which is nice. Still mildly annoyed that they're not doing anything to the Hemlock or the Nemesis because I'm honestly tired of just getting deleted with burst weapons, but that just is what it is, I guess. Triple take looks like it's gonna be kind of nutty next season though. Boosted loader, especially considering we're losing Skull Piercer, so 30/30 is definitely gonna drop off a bit. So happy about the wing knives. I mean, the magazine attachment thing's kind of weird. Like, I feel like they should have just like reduced the magazine size on it rather than not let it take attachments. But I'm assuming it's not just like the default no mag size for ammo, right? Like I need, yeah, but I mean on the flip side, it also means you can't put like a gold mag on it, which I mean in fights is always nice to have. I still think the wingman is gonna be pretty diabolical, especially because now you can go back to putting like sights on it again. Well, I think they, well, actually, no, I think they undid that, right? Where the sight wasn't like changeable. I don't know. Mm. Alright, I mean, I don't. I'm not a big fan of like. Well, it kind of depends on the day. Because like sometimes it's hard for me to keep up where that dot is. I've been using the hollow a lot more, which I'm not too surprised because every time I played like FPS games, I would always like use a hollow over pretty much anything else. I don't know. We'll see how the gun meta shapes up. I'm still like mild. Like the main reason I'm kind of like annoyed they didn't do anything to the burst weapons is the fact that like the only real competition versus the Hemlock was like a 30-30 with a skull piercer, and to some degree like a triple take in some cases, but that still wasn't as good as a 30-30 and with a skull piercer. But then they took off the skull piercer from the 30-30 because it's not in the hot pool anymore, right? And then they didn't do anything to the Hemlock, so the Hemlock is now going to just have a chokehold on mid-range fights, which is really annoying because it already basically had a borderline chokehold on it. But maybe the boosted loader on the triple take will let it kind of fill that niche alongside the longbow changes, where from what I understand, it's either I don't know what they're saying. I was watching a video where I think it's either blue or purple barrel stabilizer is basically what it has now permanently. They took off the barrel stabilizer attachment. Yeah, the triple take is solid. It's just that in like the grand scheme of things, when you compare it towards like what it has to compete against in mid range, it's a little slow because you have to wait for it to at least choke twice to be guaranteed having all three shots hit the same person, unless it's like a fortified character. which at that point then it's like it's a fortified character. Huh. But I don't know, we'll see. 'Cause they don't really do much to most of the guns anyway, aside from like the 30-30 and stuff. We could try that. Should be doable on this build, especially because it's not like a super crazy map. Yeah, I mean it's probably one of the more versatile guns in the game, but like if you're good with a hemlock, you're just better off taking hemlock. Because like on the in mid range it's just too strong, and then in close range, if you're good with it, you can land a good number of bursts with a hip fire. Because hip fire is actually not that bad on it, in all honesty. Usually I do better with the hip fire than I do with it trying to aim down sights. It's kind of funny. Color do I need? Oh, it's yellow. See if I can get that from a crimson oil. Need to be crimson. Yeah, the eyesight's on on the triple take are pretty good. Yeah, but I just mean that like damage wise, it's just I don't know. It just feels weird that they're like because like I was reading the patch notes today, and their little note was like, "Oh, the 30-30 still has too much of like a chokehold on whatever. We'll just hold on to it. I think it's like 3 Azures for coming. I don't fucking remember. Uh, they're just like, it's still like super strong, and it's like, I mean, it's not as busted as it was before. It's not a guaranteed kill now. Because to be fair, it was overpowered as fuck. The season before, like it just dealt way too much damage. Yeah, sure, that's I flip it just so we can get some. I need corpses, but it's just like I don't know. I feel like the 30-30 was relatively balanced in its current state. I mean, all they did was they took out Skull Piercer. It's still, I'd say, a pretty solid mid range, but it's just it's gonna be hard like to compete against someone who's good on it with a hemlock at mid range because that burst just hits so hard. I mean, it was slept on until they just like and made it way too strong. They made it way too strong like 2 seasons ago because they kept upping the damage, and then they built in the dual shells to it, so you could kill people really really quickly with it, and it was just kind of a bit of a no brainer. But then they reeled it back when they took out dual shells this season, and I think they took a little bit of the damage off. If I remember correctly. I don't remember the exact patch notes, but it's a lot more balanced than it was. Like in a mid range fight, like I would say it's not like the end all be all gun as it was like 2 seasons ago. Oh wait, man, went to care package you gave a shot. That's just a mistake on your part. I don't know. I use the 30-30 a lot. It was kind of like my go-to mid-range gun until they started buffing the triple take, and then I would take the triple take every once in a while. 3030 has always been really solid. It's always been a gun that people kind of don't, kind of underestimated a little much. But it's always been a really strong gun. It's never been bad. It's just like you're saying, a lot of times like the other stuff in the meta kind of push it to the wayside a little bit. But like even back when it was like scatter caps, right, was on the floor and stuff, it was pretty fucking good. Because you now had a fucking mid-range weapon that doubled as a pretty decent shotgun that was better than a triple take at the time. The triple take at the time was honestly like actually just dog shit. Look at these songs in this Discover Weekly. I think you see that way, yeah. But I mean, like, it's not the only one though. At least for like, I don't know. People call me weird. For me, like the 30-30 and the triple take are in the same spot where I'm like, I don't need more than 2 stacks of ammo to make them work. Like I remember, like there was one time I was like streaming and I was like, man, I don't know why people take more than 2 stacks of ammo when they use a 30-30, and people just like, well, because they need more bullets. I'm like, then just land your shots. I think the scout's probably like the least ammo efficient marksman. I feel like all the marksmen, aside from the scout, are really ammo efficient. All right, that's this map. I was trying to remember who the boss for this map was. Subconsciously, don't shoot as much. I fire shots downrange just as much on either gun. If anything, I do it more on the 30-30 because it's so much easier to find heavy ammo from death boxes. Even currently, where like energy ammo guns are really popular with like everybody crutching the Havoc, which I think they also didn't do anything to. Uh, you have the Havoc, then like all the energy guns are really good right now. Especially even more so now that Devotion is going to the care package. Like all the energy guns right now that are on the ground, they're all really strong and they didn't do anything to any of them. Like it might be an energy meta for next season. Okay. Man, they really need to like redo like what you use red juice on. Red juice is so useless. Even past almost a sub damage. Another shot and would just be a miss. I mean, I get that. But I don't know, at least for me, it's like the 30-30, sometimes like even just the whiff shots, like depending on what you're trying to do, is also pretty effective. But I would argue that like, you know, if it would be a shot you would whiff on a 30-30, it just means you haven't shot the 30-30 enough and you need to shoot it more. Which is why I try to take every shot that I can. Trust me, there's days I miss every single fucking shot that I take with the 30-30, but I still keep trying. because that's how I end up hitting some of the dumbest shots later. You just gotta feel for it. Like I feel like the triple take is like it's kind of like the like in a way kind of like the noob crutch, right? Because you're just like, man, the you have such a wider shot, right? And you're like, it's kind of like if I had to like give a correlation, it's kind of like the old charge rifle, right? Where taking a shot was you're just gonna take a shot regardless, because even if you miss the wind up, you're still like taking some damage against the person. Or with another sniper, you just completely whiff and you just don't deal any damage. But I don't know. I really don't want to do that. No. The full one kind of depends on who you're shooting at. Like that's honestly just character dependent. There's a lot of characters where a full, uncharged full spread won't, like, even if you're like dead center, will really just miss that third shot registering. But like the triple take's good. Don't get me wrong, it is good. Uh, I just mean that in the case of like how many shots I take with like ammos I carry, like I treat the 30-30 and the to be fair, I think part of that is because I played the bow. The bow was like the first marksman weapon I ever like actually would pick up every time I'd see it. I drop any secondary gun was always getting dropped for the bow when it was on the ground. And I just got really used to shooting all the marksman rifles that way. And with the bow, there's no doubting yourself. You just take the arrow shots and you just fucking send them down range. So I kind of just do that on everything, honestly. Frames are in the ground. I don't know what they did with this last patch, but my performance dropped again. I hate PoE, dude. When it comes to like every time they patch the game after I've like fucked with the settings to make it run a little better, they always do something to make it run dog shit again for my computer, and it pisses me off. Like not even Apex is this bad for how consistently they'll just shit on performance after I've fixed it. One of the main reasons I don't like playing Path of Exile. It's just that I don't know what they do on their patches, but it always fucks with my performance. Just every time there'll be a patch that's like, oh, we improved performance, my computer like gets worse at loading shit in this game, and it pisses me off. Because it's like I don't know who the fuck you're improving performance then for, because it's definitely not for people on lower end specs. Because like my graphics card's really good, but my CPU's on the lower end. It's pretty old, but I can't afford to change it anytime soon. Yeah, bow is kind of weird, where it's like there's like two camps of people for the bow. There's the people that can't land the shots with the bow, so they hate the bow. And then there's the people that can land the shots with the bow, so we love the bow. because we understand it's like the most broken thing in the game next to the Craver. Like the other day, I grabbed the what is it? There was in pubs. I grabbed like the bow, and we were waiting for like the last person, and it was like a single solo survivor from a fucking from like two of the teams fighting, and I just shot him 3 times with the bow, and he just died. I think it was like 2 headshots and a body shot, and he was just boom, GG, won the game at a pretty decent little distance. I was like, oh, that was a little anticlimactic. You know, like how it feels. I don't know. I've heard people say that a lot. To be honest, I think it feels like any other marksman weapon in the game. Because I hear that a lot from people that don't like picking it up. They're just like, oh, it feels weird to shoot. I'm like, how does it feel weird to shoot? You just shoot the damn thing like a scout. You just start sending arrows downrange. Like, I don't know. To me, I just treat it like any other marksman weapon. I take, you aim the first shot, and then once you hit that first shot, you just start sending the rest of the shots downrange to try to kill the person. It's like even on like the triple take, like if I get one fully charged shot off, I'm just sending uncharged shots downrange to see if I can finish it off. If I can knock a person. Like an audio standpoint, Jimbo, please. There's ain't no way, dog. The bow is probably one of the most satisfying like audio things to go through. And you're just like, just oh my god, bro, that shit's orgasmic. What do you mean? Like I mean that unironically. Like holy, for me, shooting the bow is one of the most satisfying things to do in this game. Well, in Apex. Like my level of satisfaction shooting that weapon is so high I can't even put it in actual words to properly portray how I feel while I'm shooting that thing. Compared to the wing plus shit, I don't know. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I think the only other gun that I like audio based on like as the bow would be call it was the Vault. I don't know, there's something about the way the Vault sounds when it shoots that I really like it. That little that line's pretty good too. Audibly. Bro, my luck is so shit. Yeah, the Vault, like it sounds really nice. Like it's got a nice little like smooth like thuck to it as it's shooting. I don't care about our corpses. I don't give a shit about the boss. Especially because this boss is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, this is actually no, that's not bad. It's on zombies. That's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. If we're not talking about like being able to actually hear shit that's gonna murder you, then yeah, Apex is great for audio. Like in general, it's like I think the main reason I keep playing Apex, well, not saying like the main reason I keep playing Apex is because the actual like sound and feel of the game is a lot better than basically all the other ones out there for shooters at the moment. At least that don't cost money. Like, yeah, as long as we're not talking about like being able to hear shit that you need to hear that you won't get, die to like a wraith creeping up behind you with a PK, then yeah. But yeah, it's really good. Or like visual clarity, where they love like putting a bunch of shit on your screen. Like everything has to do like 20 billion colors sometimes is what it feels like. There's just so much shit going on. But yeah, it's really good. Yeah, movement is probably the one thing that I would say that like it's kind of surprising that there's not another like shooter that's tried to encroach on that territory. I feel like Apex has done such a good job showing that like having good movement in a game in current day still matters because like movement was always such a nice thing in older FPS games, right? Like Quake and stuff like that. Like the old CS surfing that people would do, shit like that. Like movement's always been a thing. But like I feel like Apex was one of the first ones because of like Titanfall, right? With the Titanfall engine. Was kind of like the first one where in like the more recent style of games where, the sheer amount of movement you can do with like the wall bouncing and then like the zips and like stuff like that is really good in the direction that a lot of other games have been trying to like remove that level of movement, and it's like a little annoying, I guess, to me personally, when like I see so many like FPS games kind of like not want movement in their games, which I understand why. It's a pretty decent gap to bridge between like a newer player and then like an experienced player is like movement, especially if it's not like easy to get done. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember, bro, Quake, the amount of nutty shit you could do with Quake, like, holy moly, bro. That shit was nutty. When you were facing someone who knew what they were doing with like all the different like movement text all over the place and shit like that in Quake, like, oh my god. It did one of two things to you. It either made you want to do it or it made you so mad you quit playing Quake. Which I feel like is how it works in Apex. Like I think in Apex, when you start seeing people do movement, it either makes you so mad you don't want to play the game anymore, or you just want to go learn how to do it yourself. To be fair with me, it depends on the day. Sometimes it makes me want to uninstall the game. Oh shit! My computer almost didn't render the mobs that were up my ass in time. Oh, bro. That was like COD, and you COD kinda has good movement. You can feel how limited it is. Power for 3 movement feels great until you consider downhill, like with air strafing momentum. I think more Apex, like COD could actually have good movement. I don't know. The last time I played like a lot of hours into a COD game was like Call of Duty 2. I never really got too much into the Call of Duty genre of things. So I can't speak too much on it. I do know that like when I see like people like you and like King and like Smock and John play like COD, like the movement feels so jank when I look at it. Like with how you guys are like juggling and like kind of moving around corners. But that's mostly because I'm also comparing it to Apex, which in its own case has like some pretty jank movement, but it feels a little like less jank. Feels like you're glued to the floor. Yeah, I don't know. It feels very like stuttery in a way. Like when you guys are trying to like move around and like shuffle for positioning around stuff. It feels like a little on the stuttery side. And I feel like that's less of a movement thing and also just more of a camera. Like the camera itself kind of like I feel it kind of shudders back and forth the more you move in COD. While like in Apex it feels a little bit more smoother. Like the way like the camera moves back and forth as you're trying to like, you know, move around corners and all that kind of jazz. So it bobs around so much, yeah. Like there's yeah, like it seems like it's just constantly like just moving more than it needs to. But that's also like the weird thing, right? I remember the great pandemic of motion blur, where so many fucking companies were just adding a shit ton of motion blur on everything because they thought it made the like, games look better, and then we're just like, please stop. Like, please stop. Motion blur, screen shake, like all that shit. Oh my goodness. Like, brother, please. If I put that in, I'll bump it up to 81. By default, it bobs around 2 times as much. That's ridiculous. Haven't I crafted it? We have done boots. We'll do boots. We're not actually gonna wear these unless they roll something like super nutty, which they won't. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I should just be like 1 more off from. Oh no, we still need like 2 more. And roll haunted modifier. We roll implicit or explicit modifier value. Oh, there was one of those on the ground. Oh well. Back on the grind. Because once we finish that, I can just do the peddlers thing. The first one, which I never finished. I can get these two. What the fuck is buried over here? Oh, fuck, right. I forget this isn't. Oh, uh, that's from the last craft I did. I forget that for whatever reason, because of this, these two graves aren't connected. It's so dumb. That's so stupid. Forgot about that. That's what it is, though. Wait, what tier is Jungle Valley's red version? Oh, no, it's 11. Fuck. I wanted to run Jungle Valley for fortunate cards, but I need higher tier, higher level. Hmm. I need haunted and reroll implicit or explicit to finish that other one. Yeah. And then I can finish those challenges, and then we can just jump over to the my chieftain and just fuck around for the next like 3 hours after or so. That's story, bro. But I don't know. I know what is it? Is that X Defying game gonna come out anytime soon? Wasn't it supposed to come out like last year? I'd heard decent things about it like last year when people were doing like the test of it. There's something recently about another beta. I know I was thinking there was like another beta recently. I don't know if it was if they gave a release date. I don't know. I just need another shooter to play that feels good to play, that I want to play the one I don't feel like playing Apex, but I still want to play shooter. I mean, to be fair, I could always just play Destiny, I guess. During the Christmas like event, Epic gave out like a bunch of the I think everything but like the newest DLC for free, which I didn't own any of them, so there's plenty of content for me to do. But I also just I don't know. Something about Destiny that throws me off. I'm not a big fan of it too much. You feel that? Not the destiny. You feel the destiny part. You feel it in your bones, in your loins. You're like, oh yeah, destiny, destiny, calls to me. I don't know. It was kind of fun when I was doing it that one time when they did the Bungie anniversary thing. But it's like, for me, it's like, man, if I'm just gonna MMO grind over and over again, I might as well just go play like a real MMO, quote unquote, aka Guild Wars 2, where I spent $20 and bought like a good munch. Oh, go shit stain, Steve, go. Uh, and bought a bunch of the DLCs for like $20, and then I played it for like 3 days, and I didn't play it. There's other shit that I just feel like playing. Feel weird about the vaulting of content, bruh. Like, I hate how like they try to make like a feasible excuse for it. They're like, it's how we manage to keep the game file at a normal like capacity for storage. Me points at World of Warcraft. I'm like, uh-huh. Points at Final Fantasy 14. You sure about that? Because like at launch, you were like pretty much almost as big as they were, and you really haven't increased in size all that much since. So I'm not quite sure where this excuse is coming from. What's up, Zephyr? Do you have your first exam yet, or like what day of the week do you start? Yeah. See, I missed out that part. Like when I started playing, it was the I hadn't even doing the vaulting of the content, but people informed me about like how they had given out stuff. Like they had released content for free. They're just like, you don't need a DLC or anything for this anymore. And then they vaulted that content, and then they tried to be like, yeah, but we did it so you could save space. And then the game didn't get any smaller. And it's like, all right, buddy, like, can we use an actual feasible excuse next time? Just a base, yeah. Yeah, it's a case of just getting like people in the door and then being like, oopsies, look at that, I got rid of content. Oh my goodness, who did that? Not tomorrow. 12. Tomorrow's from 4 to 5, and Thursday back to back from 8 to 12. Believe in the Zephy, the knowledge. Are we gonna get 4 out of this one? Oh, access is 453. Not bad, not bad. Damn. At least the blue ones both have. Free to play experience for me. The entire base game in DLC, so they just said demo in PvP. Is he bought the base game? Oh, what? Wait, did you have to buy it again after they moved off of BNet? Or is it because you got it on like console or something? Don't you're stressed for the first thing. I got plus with a doubt. The second you left, like should have put B for this. Nah, dog. Always believe in your instincts. Yeah, yeah, I figured. What gets me is that there's some people I know that said that like a lot of the content that was vaulted was also just like really good, like really just good content that was better than what's like currently available. Was the other reason that people were mad. Like Goku though, his ain't ultra. To be fair, how many seasons did like first of all, Dragon Ball, they just need to let that rest. Which I think, they might have to now. Rest in peace. But like, holy, they're definitely milking that shit for what it was worth. Huh, camera. Yeah, now I'm kinda sad I didn't grab that haunted modifier coffin. Cause now we're gonna be here a while. I'm gonna risk it. That one's gonna hurt though. They didn't vote content and just let the game be like 200 gigs, so you probably let it. Like the grand progression being shared between all modes is kind of exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, to be fair, like I don't believe for a second like their excuse though, because like there's been so many games that have been out for so long that don't. Oh hey shit, 94. I think that's the highest I've ever gotten. That have so much content that they've kept from day one, and like they're still under 200 gigs. Like I find it really hard to believe that they had to vault content just to keep it within a respectable size. Like I don't believe that for a second. Because if that was the case, then like MMOs would be like 300 gigs in size by this point, but they're not. Like, so that just tells me is either they're full of shit or they just have a really bad system for optimizing storage space and allocating resources, stuff like that. What content you installed? Yeah, exactly. Stuff like there was definitely ways around it. Like honestly, like I think they're just like full of shit. Well, I'll say they're full of shit. They might have been like to them an actual legitimate reason, but like in my opinion, especially as someone who's like played video games for a long time, like and has seen the size of the games and how like they don't really. There's yet to be a game that's like 300 gigs or some shit in size. I mean, actually, there probably is a game like that, but like like games that have been out for a very very long time are still sub 200 gigs. Like you expect me to really believe your excuse of, oh well, we had to vault all this old content that we made free for players because we wanted to keep it to a reasonable like disk space size. No, you didn't. Shut up. Shut up. Like that excuse works if they had just vaulted the content without making it free. Then they could probably like get away with it. Even then, I still would have been like, that's a lot of shit. But because the problem is that like I think technically like by law the only way they could vault that content without some sort of like legal repercussion was by making it free. Because there's a lot of pretty sticky laws for removing content. It's why like for instance gacha games, especially like depending on like where they're from, there's certain countries that have pretty tight laws on gacha, which is why a lot of times when a character that's really overpowered gets released, it doesn't really get nerfed at all because people spend money. And it's to protect the consumer because there was like really early in gacha games, there'd be like games that they would make really overpowered characters on release. And then and then and then they would like nerf the shit out of the character. And then next banner you'd have to like pull again, and it was basically to stop that practice. It was vaulted, not just removed. It was effectively. Oh shit! Look what you did, Jimbo. You made me die because I looked off the screen. I leveled up, so it's all okay. But still, damn it, Jimbo. Look what you did. Well, I mean, to be fair, even like removing it for long periods of time, like if it had been fully paid content, it still had been a state of paid content. I promise you, they would have had a legal debacle on their hands if they had just tried to vault it as is, without trying to make it like free. Because I'm pretty sure that at the time they probably didn't have anything in the terms of use and agreement for allowing them to. Like there probably is now. I'm pretty sure if you look now, there's probably something in there for in the user agreement that you're okay with them like vaulting content. But I have a feeling that like when they did that, there probably wasn't anything in the user agreement, so they had to do something to cover their asses. I don't know. At the end of the day, it was scummy as fuck, and they just shouldn't have done it. And any excuse they use is not going to sound like very good, even if it's like a valid excuse, because it's just going to sound like an excuse. How many times has this character done? It's not a lot. Well, comparatively, it's 48. Never mind, it's a lot. But then again, I've been pushing like more content with this, like for maps, and it's kind of a pain in the ass league, so. Problem is I have this passive point, but I don't think I can put it in anything that'll actually do anything for me. Oh shit. Well, technically what I should be doing is I should be unspecking shit and going into cluster jewel setups because the closest cluster jewel here. Get armor, I guess. Yeah, because that projectile damage is not level. I don't think that affects my minions. And then elemental damage doesn't really do anything for me on a. Yeah, so it'd be just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what it is. Yeah, generally removing content like is usually not a very good idea in most games. Unless it's like complete utter garbage. Then people don't care. Then they'll applaud you. But if something's not like a complete shit show fiesta and you remove it, like people are not going to be happy. Because not to mention, you're also just removing like free content you can use. Like for instance, look at World of Warcraft, right? Like World of Warcraft went, man, what do we do with all this old content? Oh, we'll just scale it up and give ourselves like a event that we can do every once in a while to give players. I don't know if they still do it, but they did time walking dungeons, which is where they scaled up like old dungeon content to more current standards, and then upon completion would give you a reward that was usable for whatever character for your characters and stuff. Like it was really smart, and it's reusing content. It's low, it's quote unquote low effort, but it gives like players something to do, and it's just like I don't know. I feel like you're just shooting yourself in the foot instead of just by removing stuff instead of just like figuring out how to like make it do more work for you. There's, I think, a rogue exile in there. Who fucking hurt? Alright. Actually, I kind of want to keep all. But yeah, I don't know. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, I really hope they don't do. I mean, like, I don't know what they would replace it with, or they would just remove it, but I hope they don't do this again. Like, league mechanic stuff, just don't. Like, half of these nodes should have just been baked into the league mechanic as is. But anyway, going. Like, I need to connect it here, and then I need to take these points out, so that way I can get here. I think that's. I need this one. Yeah, I think I also need this one. I have to look at the POB again. I need to take these 2 points out too. You have to relook at the POB. I don't think there's a. Is there a jewel socket that I can get at 1 point? I don't think so, right? I think I have all the ones that I can get right now that are easy. Yeah, I was just getting these, but it's three. I think if I level up once, I can grab this one. I can just take that out, but I doubt I'm getting to 95. I doubt I'm gonna play enough to get to 95, I should say. But yeah, I don't know. This league, like, I don't know. I don't know if they can fix it or save it, I guess. I feel like it's a little too late. I feel like it's too late just because, like, I think the only way to fix it is by if they took out the Atlas passives. Fuck. It sucks because I've had like 3 rogue exiles on this map that are all like very physical heavy, and they're getting an extra 100-something% damage of added lightning damage on top of that, and they're not like aggroing onto my minions, and it's really fucking annoying. Like they should be aggroing on my specters, technically. Oh wait, I just remembered what boss this is. I don't want to fucking fight this. Huh. The boss tends to deal a lot of damage. Definitely. Well, apparently there's like 25 of them. That's good enough. Like this is what sucks. I don't have an Acropolis tree, and I don't have enough to respec one of my things to an Acropolis tree. And then it's just like I just have to farm this the old-fashioned way, and I need like really specific coffins so that I can like turn around and finish the thing. I mean, to be fair, there's another one I could do. It's just that this one's really close to being done. It's this one, which this is literally just craft like. Let's see. I would need if I used 30 coffins. Like I just need to do like 6 more crafts with 5 coffins each, and then I'd be done with this one. And I have plenty of coffins I can toss in there, but I'd rather just see if I can like finish this one. Mm. But I don't know. And I know content making is hard for like gaming to at least keep it relevant and keep people engaged and stuff. It's not like easy, right? You don't just like snap your finger and like everything's like good to go. But I can tell you that in a lot of cases, removing content is not the greatest of ideas. Especially if it's been around for a while. Like, my brain's so tired. Oh, right, because we had shit. Also, man, so I was trying to do some TFT on the weekend. A little bit. I did some TFT yesterday. To like try to get the gold so I could get the free mini me and stuff. I chose the worst fucking time, bro. I should have like done it sooner because like they decided that this last patch they added like a fuck ton of new items for like support and Ornn items and stuff. And I'm just like, what the fuck does any of this shit do? And like nothing I was doing was like working, and I was just getting so annoyed. And then I went over to like the Reddit page, the competitive TFT Reddit, and stumbled upon like a comp. And then thankfully with that comp, I was able to. I was like silver one by the end of it all. The first like 3 games, 3 or 4 games I did, I just couldn't get top four. And then I used that comp and went like, I think I went first like 5 times in a row. And then a couple times I just went third and fourth. And then there's one time I went fifth with it where I was like, shit, how did I go fifth? And then I realized after the fact it's because I didn't have enough Dryad stacks. Because it took me too long to get Dryad turned on. And then whatchamacallit, then there's one time I went seventh because some bozo. So I think it was like the first game I went first on. I beat this guy, and then I get him in the very next lobby, like the guy who was second place. And the first thing he does in that lobby, which he didn't do in the first one, was he was like, "Main is Masters. Good luck, have fun." And I was like, "All right, cool, whatever, who cares?" And then he went, he stood in the portal, and I think he was the one that got chosen for the one that it gives you. Basically, it's Wandering Trainer, but now it's like Wandering Sentinel because they added like the Sentinels to the game. So instead of a training dummy, you get like an actual unit that attacks and tanks things. And then he proceeds to go eighth. And then I go seventh because I proceeded to ignore my Sentinel, hoping that I could just hit my like units and be fine, which you can do that sometimes in that portal. But no, I went seventh because like half the other lobby, like half of the lobby got really good, like like at least like 2 spats that synergize really well together. And then some other people, like I think there was one person that had Dryad, another person had like basically people had like Sentinels that got them, like had them take away units that I needed. So unfortunately, I went seventh, but then after that I went like first 4 games in a row, and then I think I went like fifth, and then I think I went like third, fourth, and then first again. So like I'm pretty sure if I had wanted to, I could probably make it to gold 4, like all in one day yesterday. But I was just so annoyed. Like, I was just so annoyed. I was like, who the fuck is balancing this game, bro? Like the last game I played, I still don't know how I came in first. Well, actually, I do know how I came in first because I didn't just cookie cutter it, like just leave my stuff as it was. I was like moving stuff around and positioning it, and I up positioned the dude in the end. But it was just like this guy got these two fucking Ornn items, like two new ones, and he put them on this one character that just would not die because they had the two items on. And it was like, wow, yeah, let's not make shit unique because we don't feel like making things unique equipped is good for the game, and it's not a very creative solution. And it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit about your creative solutions. It just makes the game feel bad. It's like how in this game, right? Like a lot of people have been like, for people that enjoy playing melee, we're just like, yeah, we just change the numbers and do this stuff like this, right? Which to be fair is easier said than done. Changing the numbers because they have to like, there's a decent amount of moving parts that are way too like intertwined with how they've been like balancing the numbers as it is, which is really annoying. But basically, at least for like slams in specific, it was like just undo the nerf to seismic cry is what a lot of people were saying, and slams will be fine. And some guy was like, that's a boring fix. And I'm sitting here like, bro, there is no boring, not boring fix when shit just doesn't work. Like, I could care less if the fix is boring. I just want the skills to feel like they do damage. Because the problem is that, like, for melee builds in particular, it's like the only option they can do is make them deal more damage. Because they can't do anything to the melee ascendancies. Because a lot of those like ascendancies are no longer just melee. Like they get used in other setups. Like there's like half a dozen champion range setups. So if you buffed champion to make it better for like quote unquote melee, then it's gonna be used by range setups. If it's like made tankier, and then the range setups are just gonna be even better than they already are, kind of deal. So I feel like the only answer they have is to like buff the melee skills some way somehow. I don't know. I don't know what they could do to fix it, to be honest. I just know it doesn't feel good. Like I don't know what specifically they could do to fix it. I know what I would like for them to like at the very least like do, and it's like remove our dependency on totems for strike builds and make war cries feel more impactful and not just me have to piano entire like hotbar worth of war cries just to get some damage. Because it's really amusing because it's like it's not like range builds don't have like their own things they use, right? Like like they have like the circle and the bubble. I don't know what the fucking skills are called that they use, especially for like the Archmage build. The big difference though is those things can't be killed. Right? Like as far as I know, there isn't a boss or a mob in the game that can just dispel like arcane sigil or whatever the fuck it's called, and like the Arctic shield thing. Like there's no like boss that just dispels that like as you put it down. Meanwhile, you can put down a totem and then it instantly dies because it has like so little survivability kind of deal, and it's just like feels bad, man. It feels bad. Which is why some people did this like interesting suggestion where it's like just turn the totems into their own like banners. But then that would I feel like the problem with that is I don't know, is like they would have to make it be usable with banners then, or maybe not really because I don't really use banner in some of my builds at like higher levels. Oh, all orbs. I don't think I have any rogue exiles though. I do. I have one more. I kind of save that in case I get one for orbs of unmaking because I actually need a lot of those. More than I need vol orbs because I don't feel like using vol orbs anytime soon. Mm. Okay. I feel like at this point I'm gonna give up trying to get that one done, and I'm just gonna pick up corpses and then just toss at the fucking graveyard 5 at a time to like get it done. I'm pretty sure if I had done that, I would have been done by now. Well, not done by now, but I'd probably be like halfway done. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up whatever like level 81 or higher coffins drop. Ah, I'm in the breach load. I had no damage to kill him though. I'm on the wrong atlas, Triana. Fire projectiles in a circle. Golden orbs in a circle. Golden orbs in a circle. And I'll just farm it again, I guess. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm on the wrong atlas. Atlas tree. Oh, I didn't realize my vectors had gotten killed. No touchy. No touch me. Mm. Like to be honest, I probably have enough. Like, oh, I know they're all too low level. I'm just gonna toss anything that's not like level 81. Oh wait, actually no, I don't need a level for those. I forgot. It's just ooh. So yeah, I probably have enough. Go see. I'll just toss a bunch of them. Just YOLO toss them in there and then because it just needs to have five. I think it's like five different modifiers. Five crafting modifiers. An item level 75, which I think is pretty is uh, oh 3, 4, 5. Hmm. Mace. Scepter. 100 mace. Actually, we'll do a scepter. Mm. Oh, I haven't done a helmet yet. Three more, yeah. Oh, I guess I could try like actually crafting that. I have a bunch like of corpses I saved up that I was gonna use for like two-handed axe craft. I guess we could try that. Oh wait, no, I think I like stopped saving up for that a while ago. Oops. Oh, that's fine. We can still just use a bunch of these. I don't want to keep that one. Oh, we had one. Damn it, we could have done that. Oh, well, would have been one less. Good enough. Physical. I think that's it, really. I guess you could put some more too. Up an axe. That's see we get. It's probably not going to be very good, but to be fair, I don't have a lot of like really nutty axes right now anyway, so should be okay. The 5 link. Yeah, 279 is kind of a shit on it. I'm level 80. It's a 5 link. Is what it is. What else we need? We need two more. So we can do like any of these. Do we have any other? It's because they have to be at least 75, right? I'm just gonna go burn anything that's not. Pretty sure that's like 71. I still wish you could like torch the corpses while out and about, so that way you can just like if it's a corpse I know I don't want, but it's covering something I do want to pick up, then I can just torch it, get it the fuck out of my way. I don't think that's worth holding on to. Do I have a 6 link? Oh well, it wouldn't be in here. It would be held by the character. That's they do have like a melee character using a 2-handed axe at the moment. I'm only onto that. All right, back on the. Back on the corpse grind, but at least like since we're just going to basically it's like I was saying, it's way faster if I just do this. Like it took me way little time. It's right back. It's like already up there with that one. If I do somehow get the haunted modifier one though, that'll be really good. Because that's to be item level 81 or higher is the thing with this one. And I have this one. I just need this one. Trying to remember what the underground river one is. That's good. Fuck, I forgot to check the. I'm pretty sure I'm on the wrong atlas tree, but I haven't changed it. So I don't know how I got on the wrong atlas tree, but the fact that I haven't had a harvest on any of my recent maps tells me I'm on the wrong atlas tree. Oh, there we go. We're on the right atlas now. I wonder if they made it where whatever atlas you looked at last is the one that's like active now. Because before you could like, at least it felt like that you could like remake a whole atlas and then you go into the atlas like into the map device and then if you forget to swap it there, you're kind of fucked. I will say though, personally, I do like the scarab. The more scarabs change. As someone who's never really got around to using sextants like at all. Like I don't really know which one's better, but I feel like scarabs are pretty nice, pretty a little bit more straightforward. To be fair, one of the biggest things was I wasn't very keen on sextants was specifically because I heard about having to like re-roll sextants and then save them and stuff like that, and I was just like, which I think for the most part you don't really have to do the re-rolling. You just use them because I dabbled on them a little bit, right? Because I would get a bunch. There would be a couple leagues I'd get like a surplus, so I'd just toss one at my atlas every once in a while, see what I get. I never really paid attention too much to it though. Yeah, I think. Well, to be honest, I'm kind of like. Well, I would say the Bama. Well, to be fair, I didn't do the Elementalist version, but like, I do think like Bama has a bit more flexible than explosive arrow, like ballistas. But but it has the same thing that I don't like about explosive arrows, like the ballista setup, is that like I don't do anything, right? Like I just throw the things down. I have to wait for them to deal. I don't know. Like I'm so used to my character being the one who's like doing the damage. I don't generally play a lot of like minion build and stuff like that kind of deal. I mean, for crying out loud, I was a, predominantly a barbarian player in Diablo, especially in Diablo 3. And in D2, I would play a lot of Warbear. Slammy Slammy Malls, baby. So I'm very used to like my character being the one dealing the damage. I forgot to resummon my specters. Oopsies. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Oops. I forget they have that explosion thingy. Where's my crush class? Thank you. I personally prefer the crush calls. I know they're only really supposed to be used in like builds where you're like the specters deal damage, but well, actually, I think in this build it's fine because they have a lot of AOE and they're pretty tanky. They're kind of like the tankiest vectors I've used yet. Next to probably, oh, I think like, no, I think they're tankier than the Blister Lord. I do remember that, like, I think my favorite combination had been Blister Lord with a Crush Claw because they synergize so well. But I think in this case, just double Crush Claws is pretty good. I just need shit to keep stuff off of me. I feel like they just have a bigger aggro range than the Seraphims that I was using. As in, like, they'll walk out farther, right? Like this, the Pale Seraphims I was using, which were supposed to technically be the better ones. Like, I watched the Gaz's videos for it, and technically I'm supposed to be using the Pale Seraphims. But I feel like the aggro range on them is so short compared to the crush cost. Also, they just look cute. Look at them. Look at them. Look at the crabby waters. There you go. He's getting that. Water, 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 water. Big bosses are possessed. Wait, let me test this theory. If I swap this. Oh, yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure that's not how it used to work. I'm pretty sure, like, because the reason I say this, because there was a couple times I'd actively be working on a tree, and then I'd finish the tree and be like, nice. And I'd, like, then go to the, I'd be like, all right, I'm ready to go. And I'd go here. And then I would load in the map, and then I'd realize that, the, I would notice the like it was the wrong one. Like it didn't have the right atlas up. Also, I still can't get over the fact that like your actual all flame ember storage is is 2 slots smaller than the storage that it shows you on the map device. Like I don't know if anybody's ever noticed that. I don't know if anybody's ever reported it as a bug, but it shows it shows like it'll show I have like 4 empty slots left or so on the like on the map device, but then when I go to my actual Acropolis locker, it'll only show 2 empty slots left. So that's a bug. Oh, I was wondering what caused the fucking X-Arc stuff. I need to be careful because they just nerfed the shit out of my armor. And I don't have a lot of armor on this build to begin with. Just keep moving. under my cooler than me. Like Posner cover, huh? Oh shit! Calm down, buckos. Jeez, those spikes. They're made for killing. They also have not dropped me a single coffin. I'm thinking cool. Yeah, I hope next, like in 3.25, they at least like at the very least put the 5 slot map device, like be like you can get it through 4 ways or tier 17 clear. Obviously, I think for the most part, everybody, like most people that get it are going to be through the 4 way because it's just easier than a tier 17. But oh my god, the fuck. I saw the projectiles and I just didn't move fast enough. I'm so out of it right now. I'm not gonna lie. My brain is like so dead. It's like shit sleep for the past like 4 days. Weather's been, my head's been killing me. Had a migraine the past like 6, well, basically almost like a week now. It started storming. Actually, now I think about it, it's been storming for like about a week. Food hasn't exactly been too stellar, so I'm not really all there right now. To be, you know, running around with Exarch altars that make me paper thin. 2,000. I don't know what it is. There's some stuff that's fucking up my fresh claws. Honestly, I didn't know what game to play today. I kind of remember the last second that I hadn't finished doing the challenges for the tier 1 stuff in PoE. Because like usually, like normally, I usually take like a break from Apex, like before the next season. Usually, I don't play it like almost a week, like the last week of the season. But oh no, I was kind of in the mood to play Apex again recently. But like, still taking a break is pretty good for me, which is why we're not playing Apex right now. Yeah, guess with that bullshit. Did I get even a single fucking corpse to drop? I mean, I guess to be fair, probably not, considering the fact that it's like a 1 tier. That's just a 1 mod blue. I guess that's fair. Oh, those are. Oh, I was gonna show you guys. I showed that I had like 4 empty slots left. The map device. How good are you fumble that badly on that? Yeah, so I think like probably this next weekend I'm gonna try to get to gold in TFT if I have no plans mid. And then I'll decide later if I want to try to push for diamond. Because I don't know if it's going to be a continuing trend, but they only gave out uh one tactician color for for ranking last season. And so if I'm not in the mood for it, I'm not gonna push myself. But getting to gold should be completely doable in like another day of playing. Like I'm silver 1. Because as long as I'm assuming gold is still the minimum. But I am very glad I decided not to stream the my ranking thing for TFT. That was not pretty. It was a case of like if I was losing when I was losing fights, I was really annoyed because like I couldn't figure out why I was losing fights. Part of it I think is due to just the new items they added. And I have no idea how they work, the orange ones. And then even when I was winning fights, I was like, man, this game sucks. It was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. I'm kind of glad I didn't stream it. It's the main reason I had decided that I was going to do a couple of games over the weekend before deciding whether or not I was going to stream it. Like at least trying to get to gold. But I didn't know if I could like graciously lose. AKA lose to some of the dumbest things. And by dumb things, I mean like losing to a 1-star 4-cost unit that had 2 items versus my 2-star. Well, versus my lineup that had 2 2-star 4-cost units, both of which having all the items they need. Oh, I don't know what's going on there, but I don't like it. And I'm just sitting there like, man, nice. Very well balanced. Very well balanced. Like you'd think it would be a little easier to make it at least be where if you have a 1-star 4-cost unit and a 2-star 4-cost unit that are both DPS units, that the 2-star would deal more damage than the 1-star. But or at least like be still decently ahead and not be like borderline completely on par with each other. And in some cases, I was even getting out damaged by it because I had to fight that like a team comp a couple times. But it was just so dumb. It was so dumb. I was like, oh shit, bro. I blame Exy. He lulled me in with a false sense of, well, not really. I should have done it when he was talking about it. Because Exy had been telling me that it was like probably the most competitively balanced one. But that was before the patch. So I probably should have like done it when he was saying that. Because to be honest, like with some of the stuff I was dealing with, it was not feeling very like competitively balanced. Like it felt kind of the case of there's like a handful of really strong comps right now, and then everything else kind of just falls apart. Ooh, my frames. Oh shit! It's my first tier 4 plant. Let's go. I don't actually know. We can kill this. Only one way to find out. Bam. That Blister Lord dead. He's got an annoying mod for his moveset. Oh. No, Oshabu. Sedge. I've not seen a tier 4 plant and many. I need like two more of these and I need to defeat Oshabi. But Slinkster said he farmed it a couple of times and he ended up just having to buy the Oshabi invitation. I wish it was just like a thing with like harvest juice that you could do to, you know, kind of like make it like a pity system in the case of like, you know, you can get it from a tier 4 boss, or then after a while you can just convert like, I don't know, a map or something into it. They can make it like something like ludicrously expensive, like 100,000 juice or some shit like that. It would be kind of cool. I don't know. I'm a very big fan when games like put some sort of like bad luck protection for stuff like that, for like boss fights. Like if the because like for example, not for instance, for example, uh look at the Searing Exarch, right? And the Eater of Worlds. It's like you can kind of quickly shotgun through them if you want, because you know, you just have to like open the map to go through them quickly, but and then you get the invitation at the halfway mark, you get the mini boss one, and then at the like all the way you get the big boy one, right? Like stuff like that I think is cool. Is it slow? To some degree, yeah, for the most part. But you can just run like really shitty maps really quickly and then just like do a quick loop if you don't want it to be like a complete waste. And then just go kill the boss, right? Like just pay attention to when it's time and then just go kill the boss when you're supposed to get the invitation. Like I think stuff like that is good. Stuff like the Ushabi where it's completely RNG based and there's like really nothing you can do to really like make it better except for like, well, I guess in this case it'd be like scarabs, right? Get the calcification or cornucopia scarabs, where you always have like one additional tier 4 of each type if possible. Like, what? I've only gotten one of these. Granted, I haven't been playing a whole lot, but I've only gotten one. I've gotten a couple of the essence one. Oh, I've gotten two. I say a couple, but I've gotten two. The calcification one. I had one, and then I got this one. So that's not exactly like a very like feasible thing, right? So it's just kind of a case where, you know, it'd be nice if it was just like, you know, you just go over here and it's just like you have some ludicrously expensive one that's like 50,000 or some shit juice. Uh that lets you convert like a map or something into the Ushabi fight. So, shrug shoulders. Just a food for thought. And I only mean that specifically for like stuff like that in boss fights. You can probably do the same thing with like blighted maps and all that kind of jazz. So I think there's like actual real real atlas passes that actually help with like getting more blighted maps. I'm not too sure though. I've never really done a whole lot of blight to the point where I would know if that's the case or not. I don't know. Personally, I'm a very big fan of like things that have bad luck protection, but it's still like a decent grind to get there. Like it's not just something you can just do, right? Like I think it's like, for instance, there's been people who complain where it's like Final Fantasy 14, right? When you're mount farming, it takes like 99 of the totems to get the that's a lot of corpses. Nice. To get to guarantee getting the mount from the vendor, but realistically, like that's just there for very extreme bad luck protection. Like I don't think I've known anybody who's gotten to 99 without seeing them out. Well, without getting them out, I should mean. Because like it's a case of it's extreme bad luck protection for someone who can't get like a group to just farm it. Because if you're farming it with a group, then you're going to get it. You're going to get it like before the 99. Like I think it's statistically impossible to not get it before the 99 if you're doing it like in a group environment, i.e. everybody's like, you know, it's the same people. So as people get their mounts, right? Like you're closer and closer to getting yours. So you don't have to keep fighting RNG for it every time. Like stuff like that. But if you're like just pugging it, I think it's statistically possible to lose it. Like lose the roll every time before getting to 99. So there's that. But that's what that there's for. And like I don't really mind that. I think it's pretty neat because it's a case of like you don't have to do all 99 runs in one go, right? You can just do, you know, do like 10 runs here, 20 runs there, 30 runs there, depending on like, you know, and you just mix and match depending on your strength of will, so to speak, right? Like how much can your sanity hold out of seeing it drop and then losing the roll to another random person you don't know, kind of deal. I'm also just going in all the circles so I can make sure that I don't miss out on the harvest. But but you know, it's kind of just like it'd be nice for stuff like that, for specifically for like the Ushabi, where it's such an RNG shit show. I've seen on Reddit people who I think there was a guy who's talking about how he killed like 20 tier 4 monsters and he still didn't get a drop for the Ushabi invitation. Whatever the fuck it's called. For the boss fight. And I'm like, that's kind of fucked, bro. Especially considering that tier 4s are kind of a pain to get to spawn. At least from what I understand. Like that was like for instance, that was my first tier 4 that I've gotten to spawn this league. And I had been trying to do the crop rotation one, which supposedly was like the best way to try to get one to go to spawn. At least I had like the highest rate of being able to manipulate it. Technically, I should have done the one that had 3 plants, but I need yellow juice. So much shit that I like reforge needs yellow juice. shit. Was walked into the dead and they dead. I still found it funny when like the audio, like one of the audio people for, I don't know if it was on Twitter or if it was like in the forums or whatever, where like they supposedly made the audio cue for Detonate Dead like extremely loud for the enemy, and he's just like, there, no more excuses. And I'm sitting here like chuckles and playing with the game audio muted because for whatever reason that causes my performance to go down. Okay. Like the only audio I don't have muted right now is the filter. I have everything else muted. Because for whatever reason that affects performance. I'm assuming it's just the way the game interacts with your drivers. I think this is like the only game I've ever played where having audio on or off like affected performance. It's really weird. And I don't mean specifically in like aspect of stability because I don't think it has too much of a bearing on like frame stability, but last league when I was crashing like crazy and it was like freezing my graphics card because it wouldn't freeze my computer because I could still hear the game going in the background, but it would freeze my graphics card and stuff like that. Like one of the people was like, well, the solution is just, play with no sound. And so then I tried that, and lo and behold, well, to be fair, I think it actually did also do something stability wise for frames and stuff because like at least for that league, I crashed later. They did like a performance patch and that caused me to start having the problems again. Slow clap, GGG. Um, but it fixed like the crashing problems until they did that patch like a couple weeks later, and then it had allowed me to run deliriums without lagging. And then they did the performance patch and it all went back to shit again. I'm kind of curious what machines they use like to test performance patches. At least I would pray that they're doing it because like for instance Apex is bringing new features uh for people for performance to turn off. I think it's like map detail stuff, which would be pretty nice. I'm probably gonna turn that shit down all the way low so I could have slightly more stable frames. Granted, I haven't played since I've turned on the VSync. Well, I haven't done like the actual played in the actual games, right? Because I turned on the double buffering for the VSync, and it made my super jumps like instantly way more consistent, which is probably because it made my frames more consistent. That it offset whatever input lag it gave. So, but I haven't played like an actual. What the fuck did I pick that up? Actual game with it yet, so I don't actually know if it'll be like good. But Dark Shoulders, we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow with the new season. That's good enough. Let's go see if we can make more. I think we have enough corpses to finish out the making the stuff for the challenge. We only need 5. All right. So that's explicit. Increase mana modifier. Increase elemental modifier. I'll put the 71. Defense. Item is corrupted. What do we need? We can do a ring this time. And I think I need one more, right? Yeah, one more. What did we get? Malevolence has 17% increased aura effect. I think it's like all in all kind of dog shit, but interesting. Link socket, gear rating. I don't know if it has to be like unique ones, but I'm just gonna do unique ones just to be safe. Defense or scarcity. -1. And then we'll craft the staff. Nice. When we're done with that, then I just go do the peddler's produce one. Oh, actually, what the fuck? That's actually not first. Yeah, they build that. Well, not necessarily for the other build, but there is. I'm kind of trying to figure out ways to get. Hold on. Actually, also let me look up these recipes real quick. It's supposed to be two of these. One the orb of alchemy. And I suppose I need to go get a trigger gem. Uh, is there? Do you have a hollowed one? I don't remember if they have to be the exact same or not. Wait, did I not save any life loss? I could have sworn I had that. I don't remember if they have to be the exact same. Uh, okay, they don't. But I do need to go buy a trigger gem. Is it like any trigger gem? I guess so. We got our boots. Got all these fucking tomes I have. Alright. And now, since we're just gonna fuck about and find out, we're just gonna do this out. I delete this guy. Oh, I don't ever actually playing him. This is the guy that it's just. This is the character where I'm trying to like figure out how to make him stronger. Cause I like him. He's pretty fun. It's just I don't know how to make him stronger outside of like either doing some really nutty craft or whatchamacallit, or like a bunch of uniques. Obviously, like Yoke of Suffering, stuff like that would kind of be pretty obvious, but I don't have a Yoke of Suffering and I don't feel like trading for one. I wonder if one of those out. That's for the that was for the energy blade build. Because I'd been thinking about doing the energy blade Inquisitor just to do Sanctum with. But where is there was one for increase fire damage. A couple of them. I think 81 should be enough. Because I think like aside from that, like cluster jewels are probably the next thing. As you can see, that I was already pathing up to a cluster jewel setup. Problem is I don't have a whole lot of orbs of alteration. Let's see. Get 20 from that divination card. I keep doing that. For some reason, I keep wanting to sell the divination cards. Probably because part of me really wishes that you could just sell a stack of divination cards for it. Hey. Alright. Now, where's those daggers? Daggers that I think were like higher eye level than what I have. Yeah, 71, 77, 85. What was 82? We'll work with this one first. We have 10k blue juice. All right. Hopefully this will roll. If we can get, um, if we can somehow get +1, like 3+1s to level of all, like that'd be nice. The chances of that happening is incredibly low, but it would be nice. To be fair, I'll even take 2 of them again. I'll probably go to 5k. I don't think I'll use like all of it just to try to roll this. The other thing I really don't like about the the crafting for the league is that you need to understand like the tags for like what you want to like try to block and get rid of, because there's to some level of degree you can just like kind of unga bunga yeet corpses in there and get something pretty good out. But and generally if you want something really good, like you kind of have to understand like what weights to block and stuff like that. So it also kind of depends on like what you're crafting. Because like there's some where it's just like you're just fucked. Like whatever mods you get are the mods you're going to get. Nothing. You might be wondering why I'm trying that. It's because this one, I got this by rolling it with that harvest juice. This one rolled +1 to all physical and +1 to all spells. So that's why I have this at 21. 21? The point is, I want to take this off. But, oh, actually, that's not too bad. Oh, that's actually not too bad at all. If I could get a decent, like, Stygian Vice that has, like, life regen and a lot of, like, fire resistance with another jewel that has, like, a bunch of, like, fire damage or something. Or something like this. Uh, So something like this, right? Hold resistance. But I think we can swap. Yeah, like that. Wait for this to wear off. 924 life regen. That's not bad. Oh, I mean, it rolled tier 2, but let's see if we can get it to roll some life regen. Like that. Even though I probably should do fire, honestly. No. I think I should just keep it with this. Oh, let's see how that feels. Hold on to the immortal flesh for a little bit, just in case. Oh yeah, it's If I remember correctly, this guy should be able to do tier 11s. We'll do this little blue one just to kind of like ease into it a little bit. All right, so that still offsets the righteous fire degen. Because I had been debating if I wanted to do I do have like that dagger, right? That like gives you some chaos damage from your fire damage. But I think it also gave like a bunch of plus levels to your fire skill gems. I kind of wanted to try using that. That's the only real issue with this build. Is that there's like one of two routes to take, which is make it tankier or figure out how to make it deal more damage. To be honest, I'd like to do both. It's just that at least for Chieftain, the only like POB I've seen that's not like super cracked out of its goddamn mind with like unique jewels and stuff, like once an annihilating light, and I don't want to use that because I don't really think it's worth. I know it makes it deal triple damage, but still. Like I think like you're better off just trying to do what I'm doing and just craft like try to craft a dagger, like 2 fiend daggers, right? That just give you a shit ton of plus to uh skill gem level. Because you can get the +6. And then you can still get the like the mods for extra fire shit. I also just like seeing shit go kaboom when it goes kaboom. I need the portals. Oh yeah, wave. I will say the one downside to playing this is that, well, it makes shit a little laggy. Because it has like all this shit going off. The tornadoes are actually a bit intensive for my computer. Not as bad as the cast on crit detonate dead, mind you, but still pretty rough. Such a slow whirling blades. The only downside to this build is I feel like this is actually like the weakest way to play it. Like, I think the strongest way to play it is at the very least having the lightning tornadoes for the shock. Which is why I kind of want to try that unique rune dagger. How many levels does it give? That's only +1. I mean, technically it's +1, but let's see. This one's also +1. 40% increased fire damage. 30% of fire damage converted to chaos damage. Chaos damage has 6% chance to poison the anemone. Do this until it hits a 3rd red. Like the only other things I can really do realistically, I feel, is just quality the full max quality the daggers, and then hit them with the convert where quality doesn't increase like weapon damage, it increases elemental. But like that's a lot of juice, and I would need to do it twice. And if that's the case, I would rather just do it on a dagger. That was like really good. Pain. I wish there was like a faster way of doing this. That wasn't such a pain on my wrist. Come on now. Come on now. You know you want to off color. The reason I say it's off color is because it's a dex and dagger. But in order for it to roll red, it needs to off color. And this off color twice by itself, mind you. I haven't like touched it at all. It was just two reds and a blue right off the rip, which is nice. Nice. Both arms. I don't think this is gonna be better, but it looks cool. Look at that little red shanky stick. You barely see it, but it's there. Trust. Red shanky stick for the win. Right, it's shift. It'll be okay. Where else I have cold resist? Ah, there. These boots, like they're so good. I put them on just being like, oh, fuck it, gang momentum, it's fire, whatever. They like, I don't know if they did or didn't, or if it's just copium, but it felt like they just made this build so much better. Didn't have that cold resistance. Could roll fire chaos on it, but it's fine. Scrubs. There's my divination one. Gonna run two with that. Oh right, this was the other thing that I was gonna try to do, which was like use jewels. Like, cause this one was pretty good. I don't know. I don't know enough about it to know like what to do. And like a lot of people aren't really doing anything with it. Like I got mad respect for people that try to figure out how to do like budget builds for their for like skills and stuff. Cause like that stuff's not easy, right? Figuring out how to do a build in a way that would like I want to use like one of these. No. I don't feel like it's a good idea just because of the fact that there's like none of the devoted mods are really good for it. I like the all flame ember system. I'll always say that. That's like probably the one thing that I will like wholeheartedly just always agree or always say is that I think the all flame ember system by itself was such a good system. And I do hope to see it return in some form or capacity in the future. Because it's kind of nice being able to put like stuff uh in your map to help. Like, you know, like not having to like being able to avoid going through like the beyond system and just straight up having packs of mobs on your maps that can give you like, you know, tainted currency and stuff like that. Now I don't know how good the system would be without like the devoted mods and stuff like that, but I still think it'd be pretty good. You have to be careful. 109%. Like extra physical damage is cold. A lot of damage. I think armor wise, I'm still pretty low on this character. Yeah, I'm not even at 10k armor on this character. But yeah, I don't know. I think next league I might make like well, I'll obviously make like a league starter, but I think I might just spend like the league fucking around with like slams and just trying to find a slam build that I like, and then see if I can make it work as a league starter. Hopefully, whatever they plan to do with melee in 3.25 will solve that problem, and I won't have to like be in crippling depresso espresso melee jail. But I don't know. Those ignite puddles on the ground, like the computer does not like them at all. Boom. Oh fuck. 3 devours. That's I don't know if this character can tank that. Oh, and one of them's oh fuck, one of them has the executioner mod. Like those guys deal a lot of damage. Like if I stand still for too long, I die. Oh, whew, sheesh. Like one of them has a mod that doesn't allow me to regen HP over over like 50% of my HP. And at my current health like threshold, like that's like 2 slaps from a devour and I'm dead. Because they deal a lot of like physical damage. Because they also have like an extra 109% as cold on top of that. You know, it took me forever to like sit down and realize that it's not like a, for some reason, like even though my brain can read like what it says, sometimes it doesn't understand English. And my brain was like, oh, it just means that the damage is going to deal is cold now. No, Mello, you moron. It's going to deal extra cold damage. Like, it's added on. So if you're getting hit for 2,000 physical damage, it's hitting you for like another 2,000 of cold damage on top of that. So now that hits like 4K and it's going to murder you. But it's a little less than that because, like, I have, what, 81%? I have 87% max cold resist. It's also why, like, I know for a fact that it's like my armor's what's holding me back on this character. Because of the fact that, like, my max resistances are really high. So, well, quote unquote, really high. I think they're like what? Well, they're 87% because I have an extra 3 there. I think they're 84% regular. Yeah, so it's 84 on regular. I'm like 3% off, I think, from the highest like you can have. I think you can get to 90% for max res. Also, I didn't get a lot of divination cards drop for having 300% increased divination cards found in the air. There. GGG. What are these numbers? What are these numbers, GGG? Oh, right. What I can say is that it doesn't feel like it's any weaker than it was with using this dagger. Like, I'm pretty sure it has to be weaker than using that. Actually, not really, because, like, for instance, this one doesn't have the increased fire damage, right? So this one actually might just still be stronger, even though 30% of the damage is getting converted to chaos damage. They're ready to get the other. Viking Space Bear. Thank you for the follow. Please enjoy your stay. Yes, hello. I'm a fellow bear. How was your weekend? Man, I managed. That was alright. Uh, yeah, alright. I have this because of the shocked and penetrate fire resistant. I wonder if I take the Chaos Master. I still don't think it would work though. because it would just initially convert. Because I think the skill itself automatically converts, so I can't just trump that. Like, nah, thank you for the like. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Make sure you stay hydrated. Get good food. Uh, I feel like it'd be fun to be able to just convert all of the tornado to chaos damage, but I don't think it's actually possible. Because if I had a second set of this rune dagger, I lose one level, but then I gain another 30% converted, and potentially a higher like increased fire damage modifier. The nice thing is that like part of that damage is going through like energy shields and stuff. I think overall it's still like a net positive. Oh, I should have used both. Actually, well, no, I should save it in case. Also, I need to start using some of these. Uh, some of these. Put them in just to have more pack size and stuff. Wait, what is this? All right, okay. Oh wait, I did that work to get my boots, my little fuzzy boots, and then we didn't put them on. Wait, who's using this? Uh, we used it. I think all in all, it's still like a net positive for damage because well, 30%, like the 30%, like getting converted to chaos doesn't seem to be doing us like doesn't seem to be hurting us like at all. If anything, it seems more like an added boon more than anything. So now I just need to get better defenses, aka get more armor. Well, either get more armor or do more like damage taken as like converts, as in somehow SSF a a flame cloak or whatever it's called, cloak of flames. Let me go sleep. Edge. If one of those rares had blown up, we would have killed all of them in one go. I like the fire tornado skill. I know Mathel like had a build recently around it. But I think he went for Elementalist. Because I've seen it used so far. I've seen a couple people. Oh, shit, that was the wrong one. Fuck, I saw the 4 and I got excited. I trolled. I'm leaving. I saw the 4 and I thought it was 4 tier 3. But it wasn't. It was just a tier 2. So I gave up getting 2 tier 2s for basically garbage. Go, my minions. Go. Getting a lot of scarabs, though. I don't think this guy can handle. This guy doesn't have enough like single target for an essence, and he's like not very tanky right now. So I do like him as a mapper though. He clears really nicely. All in all, I'd say this build is a bit of a win because like it wasn't supposed to be a tornado build. This was a righteous fire chieftain build, and I was kind of able to like finagle and jam stuff together to make it work. Oh, it's fucker. Yeah, like he doesn't have a whole lot of single target damage, unfortunately. So he's slightly mediocre at doing Legion, specifically because it's like he's okay at it as long as one of the things pop while they're in the crystal, because they still count. It's kind of funny. It's like actually dying, so they'll still like do death effects when they're in the crystal. So I've seen them like explode stuff in the crystals, and they're like time stasis mode, and it'll just like blow up an entire section. I'm glad that my regen is actually like better than like slightly better than the righteous fire. I have to be careful though, because this guy drops poison. Nice. Okay, enough. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely know like how to make the build like better because it definitely has a pretty. That was a really good scarab run. Got a lot of scarabs from it. All right, I was gonna see if we can get 20% increase elemental. Not bad. See, this is what like a lot of them use. Like I'd want it to be prismatic heart and maybe that other one, the one that had increased AoE with also more elemental damage. This one. I just forgot to check if they were both in the same slot. All right, so that's a suffix. And a prefix. So technically you can't get them together. So that would be for the best, technically, for us. Would be we could get prismatic heart and then widespread. Because if I did that, right, that would be I'd probably just unspec out of a bunch of shit. Well, not a bunch of shit, but I'd probably unspec out of like this. That'd be 3 points there. Then probably just level up. So they still need 3 points to get here, right? This is the slight problem with it is I can't take that out. I was thinking about taking these out, but that's 2% like fire resistance penetration and then 48% chance to avoid being shocked just lost, which I don't really think is worth. All right, there's these three. Could try going for that instead. For more armor. Since we do technically have to stand still while casting it. I should also grab that. Just because like I'm level 88. Like the most I could do would be to take out. Oh right, I was going over here. That's where I was going. I forgot about that. Like if anything, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Take out those 4. Probably take out these 3, and I'd have 7 points. And then go 1, 2, 3, and then I'd have 4 points. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to. I don't think I'd be able to get both of the notables though. I'd only be able to get one. Oh, that'd be pretty good to get too. Ah, if this had actually been, well, actually, I didn't check which one Doriani's was, but if that had been Doriani's instead, I would have taken it. Let me go to large cluster jewel. It's item level 81. It's elemental classified under, which means I wouldn't be able to roll it. I don't think there's an elemental reforge, like in general, right? Yeah. My next best bet would be to just try to roll it for life, because then I could get Doriani's thing on it. Is there a level minimum that it needs to be? Level 1, 68. Alright, then we can use one of the other ones. Oh, this one had prismatic on it. Oh, this one's actually not too terrible. Except for that max life energy. I think I'm gonna get what I want. Yeah, no, I don't think this is the way to go, just because, like, the problem is just that prismatic heart is considered elemental. Like, I don't even think it's considered caster either. Yeah, it's considered damage, elemental, resistance. Hmm. And there's no, like, elemental reforge, I don't think. Yeah, just this. That sucks. And I don't have a whole lot of alteration orbs to be using. Oh, why couldn't you just be what I need you to be? Oh, that could have been the prismatic art one. We would have been good. Because the next best thing would be prismatic heart with like fire resistance or strength, but probably fire resistance would be the best one. Or all resistance. All resistance works too. Yeah. I don't even remember what I used so many of them on. The alteration arms. Definitely gonna be slow going. There's just two of those. Yeah, I think that's fine. I do like how with like the lantern you can just take the one where it's just like skill cast it 6 additional projectile. You just put that shit on a fucking melee unit and you're just like you ain't doing nothing. Wait, no projectile. And before they start counting like monster melee hits as projectiles, and then they're just like, yeah, no, they do like if they have the 6 projectile thing. Like if you get like multi proj, they do like 6 melees at once every time. Basically multi strike for them. I'm getting silver, unique silver flasks to drop a lot. I think this is like the third one I've gotten today. See, this is what I mean. I'm trying to see what the fuck is underneath that, but I can't because there's a fucking corpse on top. And there's no way to minimize that, and it's so annoying. Like, that's why I wish you could just torch a corpse in the on the map. That or make it so the coffin just drops like on the map instead of going into your inventory, I guess would be another good one, but I feel like that's more of just like a me thing. But I definitely haven't seen anybody complaining about it. These little whatchamacallit, these rock golem dudes are a pretty decent little drop rate for chaos with that. I still saw like the beam like after, and I was like, oh, I didn't know if it was one of those cases where like the mob had done its thing, so it still had a chance to like it was still going to cast the thing. Trying to pick up that chaos orb, and my character would just like walk up on the rock and then just not do anything. I want to get at least like two of the nodes for the Nico supercharged thing. And then go back and do the and go back and do the you're too slow. The reason I looked for another pack was to see if I could blow it up on top of him. But he walks like so fucking slow. I knew it. I saw them roar and I tried to hit the I tried to get past them with the roar, but I knew as soon as they started doing the roar it was gonna lag me out. And then I wasn't gonna be able to do it in time. That's why I honestly that's why I don't like doing the blue plants. Because like they drop my frames so much that a lot of times like even though I'll hit the button like to do the movement, it won't do it because like it's lagging my fucking computer. So the game thinks that I haven't like pushed the button even though I have. And it's mildly annoying. Like I have the settings I think almost as low as they can be for the most part. On like skill effects and stuff like that. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't like it when it looks too potatoey. So there's definitely probably a couple settings that should be lower that I don't have lower. Yeah, that roar deals so much damage. And then they also have that maneuver. Wait, fuck off, bro. Oh my god. I just need these guys, these small dudes to die. These guys. Those are the guys doing the stupid fucking artillery bombardment bullshit. Oh shit. Okay, we killed the other dude. I don't understand why those roars deal so much damage. Like, I know it's because like they're multi-hitting for like multiple instances, but I don't have any real like I don't have any damage modifiers on this map like at all. It's all just defensive, which is why I was like perfectly ready for shit to take forever to kill. But I really wasn't expecting to get basically deleted by two roars. I guess maybe it's because those two roars stacked on top of each other. I don't know, but yeah, this build's just like I think it's just I just need to do a cluster duel setup. I don't know what the fuck I got hit by there, but it almost killed me. Oh sheesh. Alright, where's the other one at? Wait, did he die? When did he die? There's no way he's dead. I guess he is. I can't even tell when he died. I thought I picked up something I didn't mean to pick up. I'm guessing he probably got caught up in an explosion somewhere that was. Like, technically, this is what I want. I want a heavy belt that's rolled really good for max life and life resistance with, or life regen with, like, really good fire resistance. I swear the blue plants are like some of the most rippy plants, though. Like, I think it's just because they have, like, so many multi-hitting things that just hit you from so far away. Like, I would say the blue and yellows can be pretty close together for how dangerous they are because the yellow has a lot of like poison and chaos damage sometimes, and then has like the devours, which can deal a lot of fucking damage. But like I still feel like the blue have slightly more mobs that are just feel way more dangerous to deal with. The yellow one I would say is more annoying because it has like more mobs that they dig under the tunnel, like they dig underground and stuff like that. But I feel that when it comes to when it comes to like just in general how many times I've died to a plant pack, I think the blue ones have like probably my highest. Wow. I gotta remember to put the fucking thing on these golems, dude. Is there ever in an option when I have them. They have a pretty good chance to drop the stuff when they have the additional chance. All right. Yeah, we're out with 19. That's not bad. Yeah, I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to kill these guys. I had a feeling. Well, like I could, but it would take so fucking long. Like way more than I want to. But we got a solution for that. I like having a chaos damage build. It's definitely like weaker than the like elemental like shock version that I had been running. But it's like comfier at the same time. Because there's less shit I have to worry about. Yeah, I just ran in circles. I just waited. And now we can go back to just clearing it out with this boy. Mhm. I need to double check if I've like volleyed it up all my armor stuff. That's 20%. 20%. This is not. Alright, well that we broke the 10k. What I'm thinking is like the first major like breakpoint for armor, if I remember correctly. Right, so there's more than 50 monsters remaining, and with how like we got 19 chaos orbs from just the golem dudes. Which, to be honest, for having nothing like really crazy applied to them, like them dropping that many is pretty nice, honestly. And in some packs, we got like two or three chaos orbs here. I have to remember that they're pretty good for. I think it's because they're considered so tanky. I mean, we got another tainted currency, so that's pretty good. What did I want on this again? I think I wanted like damage taken. Good enough. Not the best, but got nothing else, so yeah, so this one has regenerate 115, tier 1, but unfortunately it doesn't have like anything else, right? Like we would have wanted like regen, regen. We would have wanted that tier 1 life regen with max life and then fire resistance, or like any mono resistance to then flip it. Mm. No real luck with this one. Bad luck. Some fire rerolls on this one. No real luck with that one either. Mm. Yeah, I mean, it rolled the +1 to all fire spell gems, but like that added the if that was like adds to spell damage, it would have been better. All right, roll a couple. That's a tier 5 strength. Like generally, like that'd be really like if we could get that, that'd be pretty good, right? Do max life with regen with strength, and then a free suffix slot for fire resistance. All right, let's see what it was like to add this. Predator Vault orbs. I'll probably just run this map and then we'll call it for the day. I don't think I'll be streaming PoE again, though. At least like not unless they do like an event thing or I don't know, I get really bored with stuff or something like that. I had been kind of looking forward to this league because I was pretty excited for like the scarabs and all that stuff, and I wanted to like and like looking at the challenges, like yeah, some of them seemed a bit of a pain, but I don't like to me they didn't seem like too bad. Like if that makes sense, right? Like pain but achievable. Because sometimes a lot of times when I look at the challenges, like for someone at my like level of playing this game, which is pretty fucking low, let's say the word fucking, which is pretty low. Um uh oh please stop. Sometimes like it's just the amount of pain it takes to go through to get some of the challenges done. I just don't want to. Blew up too soon. Ooh, shoo. I say you could leave the tornado. Oh, no. Go punk ass back in them. But yeah. Well, this one it seemed like pretty relatively achievable. I mean, to be fair, I think I have more like challenge objectives, like close enough to finishing in less time and less play time than I did last league. Cause like if I just get one haunted modifier one, right? Like so it takes I need like 4 more challenges, right, to get here. And then it's like 2, 2, 2. It's just like I feel like it's just this hump right here, like getting from here to here. Like if you can get from here to here, you might be able to get like the rest of the tier 2 stuff. Like armor helmet. Oh, so the boots don't get one. Oh, so the boots don't get a tier upgrade. And then it's just the tier 4 body and tier 4 helmet at the end. Because it's like this one has one left, right? This one's not too hard, and then I'll probably just end up buying it, and I could finish that. Harbingers is just 2 more harbingers. I have one of these. I could probably get the more later. This one I have a bunch of stuff for that I could do if I just wanted to do it. So it's like what 4 here that if I finished I'd be at 20, and then this one's just takes time. Like a lot of these are just takes time, right? Like this one, I would just need Doriani's Mechanarium, and then I have a Twilight Temple, and then I'm surprised I haven't got. Wait, do I have a Putrid Cloister or not yet? I don't remember. And then this is just use Scarabs, right? And then this one, I just need the Haunted modifier one, and like I can get that one done. Cross contamination isn't like too difficult either, because I could just do like this one's like not too bad because like these two, like this one would probably just be completed if I just did the Rogue Exile strat for uniques. And then this one, it's just run a Cornucopia Scarab with having a like just respecing your delirium to guarantee a delirium. Not guaranteed, but to like make I guess permanent delirium. just to be safe. Even though I think that if you go into a sacred grove after you've turned on the mirror, like the mirror timer pauses, but you still stay delirious. I don't fully remember though. But even then, that like these two are pretty easy to do, so that's another one that's done. Um, this one would just be probably just do. This one's probably just easiest to do through betrayal over and over again. Uh, no, that one's kind of a bit more of a pain. But like as you can see, like realistically speaking, a lot of these are pretty simple. And in some cases, you could say that like they're always kind of simple, but in other cases, like I would say that sometimes not so much. Sometimes they feel like a bit of a pain, and a bit of a like a bit more of a chore. When I say simple, like it's literally like, oh, you can just accidentally like complete it, right? Or there's a very specific way to just like if you wanted to get it done, you could just get it done like right now. So it's just like in some of the previous leagues, there's definitely been a couple where I'm like, oh shit, fucking, I gotta grind my ass in there and hope that it like eventually gets it. Like I think Toto was one that had like it was a bit of a pain to get the 16. I felt because like looking at a lot of it, well, that was partially also because there was like league mechanics that I. It's also like easier now, I guess, in a way because you have the multiple atlas trees, right? Like I feel like part of the reason it was such a pain in the ass in some of the previous like league stuff is because you would have to respec your tree so many times to kind of like make it easy, which required a lot of like orbs of unmaking. And to be honest, in some of those other leagues, like I'd have plenty. Well, actually, to be fair, I'd have plenty of orbs of unmaking right now. It's just that I've used a lot of them on like multiple trees, like respec them here and there, in and out of stuff. Specifically for challenges, to be fair. Like for the I did the abyss one and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever seen mobs fight each other before. Woo! That was a nice little pop with 4 Vol out of it. We're rich, baby. But yeah, but it's okay because we got the full tier 1 set. Um, like realistically speaking, I didn't want to get like the tier 2 set because I liked the tier 2 set for this league. I just wanted the tier 2 set because I felt that this was like out of all the leagues I'd played recently, this one's probably the one that had the best chance of getting the tier 2 set. And maybe even part of the tier 3 set if I actually like found the build that didn't annoy me and was quote unquote competitive. Oh, it's the traders thing, right? The haunted traders. Is that what's causing them to fight each other? Or is that who they're fighting? It's the first time I've ever ran that Scarab side. Don't know what it does, in all honesty. You know, I'd been thinking the other day that it'd be kind of interesting if they ever added a mechanic that would have like some of the mob types, like if they were enemies and they were on the same map, like they would fight each other. Kind of like when you do the in part 2 when you go to the city of Sarn again, right? Where you have to get the sun, the the cold and the this you have the fire and the ice temples that like they're fighting each other in that little tunnel way. Like I think stuff like that's pretty cool in games. But yeah, it's the I'm assuming it's the trader thing. That's pretty cool. for your alchemy. Don't mind if I you don't. Didn't get a whole lot of alteration orbs though. I think that's the only alteration I got out of this whole map. I feel robbed. But yeah, but that's going to be it. We completed our primary objective of just, which to be fair was, I could have probably gotten it done in the first hour if I hadn't been just trying to do it the hard way. But we got it done. So we have the full set. Tier 1. To be fair, it's not like the craziest, but it's not the worst either. I think it's pretty good. I think the one I don't like the most is probably the Chaos Born body armor. Well, the Chaos Born armor set. Also because the helmet looks like Garbo. But I'd say probably these two. I don't like the helmets. These two are from MTX boxes they gave out for free. This one was from last league. This one's from this league. This one they gave out for free when they did the Korea release, if I'm mistaken. Or maybe the anniversary. Like the year that they gave out like these if you logged in. And I was like, oh shit, free stuff, let's go. But I like the Beastmaster body armor. The Beastmaster one is probably my favorite for like the free ones that I've gotten. Oh, that's cool. I thought you needed to level it up because you need the higher tier armor ones for, like, I don't know what tier it's locked behind, but there's like, I'm thinking it's the helmet and the body armor have effects too. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know if it has like an actual effect when you use the with just tier 1 boots, but that's pretty. Because I've always missed out on the higher tiers where they have like the extra effects, right? Or like, so like last leagues, right? I'm mistaken, it turns your like health bar a nice shade of purple that I was a very big fan of, but uh I wasn't really good at the wildwood stuff, and I was kind of hell bent on playing melee because I don't know, I just like melee, right? I just like melee, so I want to play melee. So I'm hoping that the 3.25 makes melee better, so I can be happy. But we're gonna go say hi to Zilla. They're doing something with koi fish. I don't know what they're doing with koi fish, but they're doing something with koi fish. So we're gonna go say hello. But thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. If it is early in the day for you, have a good day. If it's late in the day for you, as well, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I'll see you all again in the next one. Bye bye.